Why, hello there. Ah, I'm blurry. Let me fix that in just a second here. As soon as we make sure things are going. Let's just try this trick. We'll see if that fixes it while I check on this. Sometimes it helps. Okay, that seems okay. And you seems okay. All right, perfect. So, let's fix this because it has not behaved itself. Do 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 do. There we go. All right. We were doing some stuff last time. Let's get that going. All right. So we're still pulling this apart to get things into a better architecture. Oh, I remembered what I was gonna think about trying here. Um, not map controller, but let's close some things we're not using right now. So we pulled out the tag controller and other bits and pieces here. Okay, so that pulls from there now. And these guys pull, yeah, you need tag controller, so you pull it out of context. You're still watching map state. That's still true for connection form. The problem lies in getting map state to have a selected controller. But there's actually no reason that this has to be in here. That's fine. What is active map doing here? We don't need this anymore, I don't think. We need these because this is like a global thing to be done on these maps. But I also don't need active map. I just need the list of controllers at the root, right? Root state, right? That is fine. The map controller only needs to exist in places where we're actually pulling it out of the app state, right? So, map state here takes this as an argument now. Okay, cool. Map pane here. Not map pane. Map editor. Let's close these that we're not using right now. You. Because I can't do that. But you're already a stateful widget here. I guess this would probably be nullable. And then how do we fire? The only thing we got to worry about now is how to fire this event, this select event. If we were to put a map controller here, map state provider. Right now, this is what sets a selected tile. The It's in map pane. It used to on name map, yeah, this right here, selected map controller. Which won't be um hmm. Okay, that can still stay there. That's fine. Because this should be able to handle null with the existing code. This so because we have the map state at the parent level, I think this is still okay. We just need to we would need to do the selected map here, right? And then set the selected map in our controller that's at the or our state provider that's right above us. We have a reference to, right? Yeah, map controller. Um that's possibly okay. The this I would like to not um I'd like to not have to do all of that anytime I select a map in that code. So I think maybe we can do something like this. Not map controller. Yeah, map controller. And then we can say that and notify our listeners. If we were to put something in here that's a helper, we have get available map files. We have new map. If we just did get map controller, and it takes a map file data, and then we can do, I think we just deleted it, but we probably still want to do this map controllers indexed. We can do if m map ID is equal to data. Did we not have... Do we have an ID? Data ID in here. Return that. Otherwise, this should be... nullable, I think. I think. So, we do that. You're a test. You're going to be broken. I don't care about you right now. We'll fix you later. Then here, we can say on select map if, well, actually, it doesn't matter. If it's null, we handle it correctly. If it's not, then we're good. So here we do map state set selected map app state get map controller file data, like so. This we just need to make actually map state. This could be null. And it's fine because it's nullable all the way. Okay. So if we do that, let's see here. You're broken here. You don't need to have that right now. We won't do the state in here. We'll just create you with an empty and then let the pane manage it. Does that let us run the editor again in a working state? Let's find out. No. Provide with a subtype listenable stream map state. Where is my... Is it because of this still? The, I thought I was going to be allowed to do that. I wish it would tell me where... It's got to be this, right? Hang on. So if we just do that for fun. No, it's still... If I was to take that out, everything would be broken. I'm pretty sure that has to be where it's coming from. Does this tell me where... We're in code. Okay, yes. Map editor 36. Child is map pane. Why is map pane throwing this? Let's see here. Is it this? No. Nothing calling app state in here. We're not doing that anymore. Map pane. Provider with a subtype of listable stream. Map state. Map state should not have. It's got to be. It's because I did watch. Shouldn't be it. I take that out. Nope. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this error message. Provided with a subtype of listenable stream. Map state. Why is your subtype listenable stream? Extends change notifier. Do Flutter provider a subtype of listenable / stream. Pane, see here. Create build context, map state, provider map state. Did I... This got refactored somehow. This should be this. Must be when I was thinking about doing a different kind of thing. There. Must have been. But now, okay. App state has not been initialized, but we've also got issues finding that. But that's probably because app state hasn't been initialized. You should be in main here because change notify provider app state main window. And this is coming from it's tile data. App state has not been initialized in the map pane. Really? Where? Here. Ah, because here I didn't initialize it in this widget. There we go. All right. Missing our names, but we're getting there. Now, provider map state above this tile data widget. That's not good. Do. You. Right here. Tile data. Ooh. Because this actually needs to wrap the whole split view. That should be center. That should go away. Put you here. And then after split view. There we go. All right, now we're cooking. All right, this is not setting because we commented out this. So, okay, let's rebuild just to make sure. Not there. Okay. Let's make sure we did this correctly. Get available map files. We go through our listy list. Hang on. Map controllers is a map controller. You should have a map name. Why don't you have a... You do have a map name. Except for that's file name. Hang on, we need to... This should be file path, I guess, for now. That should have been included. There we go. ID is that. Wait, why did I do that? This would be appropriate for a new map. I must have just done a doing a brain fart there. You don't take an ID. In here. Do you create your own ID? You do. Okay. So I don't need to worry about that at all. This this needs to be map ID, which can't be null. If it's a loaded valid map, it shouldn't be null. Okay, there we go. There's our names back. And we can load. We need to close still. You map state switch selected map. That needs to go away. Actually, no. We can do that in here still. In that same controller, actually. Switch selected map just needs to also do null that. That's easy enough. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. So, now that we've got that, that's still needed. We still show the dialogue if the map is changed. That's not changed at all. That's all fine. Is this the correct order of operations? I think I want to do this after I do all that, just to be sure there's nothing weird happening. Okay. I think that gets us back to like where we were with the new architecture in place. Tags needs to get fixed. Tag edit modal. Oh, because the build context, right. That's why we were providing you the tags. Ooh, that's a mistake. That is 100% not tile data. Just an error. I remember that now. Because it's a modal, things are weird. So let's get this out of here and back to where it was. Oops. That. This needs to take... Oh, not a map state, though. Actually, here's what we're going to do. Just roll back this whole file. We'll fix it. Okay, so it used to take the map state, but that is not where tags live. They actually live in app state, but I think we can be smarter about this. And just take a tag controller directly. Tag controller tags. We need to go Do you not return tags? Wait. Ooh, that's shit. What did you used to be called? Map state. Okay. Fix that back up. And we gotta fix this. Ugh. That refactor I should have thought about. Okay. Now I gotta fix it. Damn it. And I don't think I can just undo that refactor like that. Okay. App state. That's okay. Totally just shot myself in the foot. Wait. App state. Okay, so these are... That needs to be that. What? Port. Okay, and then you. Totally just boned myself. All right. What an idiot. I get it mode. Okay. Hopefully. And then you. Wait, no, that is app state. This is. Okay. You. Okay, so if we get a map, not a map state anymore, but just a direct tag controller here. Where are you? Not finding my import. Tags. Wait, you're at... Yeah, I think we're good there. That instead of there. And... Ooh. Actually... Because other things might be listening to tags. I can't do this. I have to use app state. Because that's where tag controller lives now. Okay. And because this needs to run through this so that we can change it on all the maps too. Okay. Fine. I can do a getter for tags. That's not a problem. We'll kind of keep you down here with the tag things. This is going to be a list. Tag controller, tags, easy enough. And then we also need to expose tag is immutable as a static, right? I don't have a... You're not. Okay. We should still be able... to do this directly. That should still be fine, I think. Okay. Now. That be like that. And then you need to provide. And we don't... We need to do that. We need to do this. And then give you app state. Add tag to list needs to be app state add tag now. And then map state isn't even used anymore. Cool. Love that. Let's see what we got here. You. And then you. Fix that up. Still more fallout from my stupid mistake. No constructor. Hang on. Let's reload. There we go. Alright, so now should still be able to do all the things. I need to add a close button to that. This isn't triggering the change and all that. We'll need to fix that eventually. But our things seem to be in place. Okay. I think we're good on getting the functionality back in order for where we were with the new architecture that will allow us to check other things. All right, let's go ahead. Forgot to open this up. Let's see what we got here. Got a whole bunch of stuff. I think we're okay. Yeah. We're gonna do it. Refactor states so that app state holds a global list of our controllers, map controllers, that already have data loaded, poll, skill, attribute, and tag controllers up to global so all widgets can use them. I think rework map state to only care about the state of the map itself. Yeah, we'll do that. That should be close enough to the summary of what we did. Now, we need to go fix all the tests we broke. Map file path is required. There's no corresponding arguments. That's fine. Oop. Go in there, please. Then we don't even get string of warnings anymore. Wait. It's this. This is what we did. We still have load because it became problematic to not have that. Okay. Hang on. Let me also really quick, while we're in a state of chaos here, that's still a to-do. This is to done. That still needs to go in. Oop. That's still part of what's in flight. To do, need to clean up the map file data struct and map controller to have more sensible data for file names versus map names versus file paths. Just wanted to make sure we capture that. What we got going on here? Put you back on silent because my alerts should be working again today, hopefully. Got to test them, but okay. Yeah, that's in our there. For now, we're gonna fix this the way it works today. And then you, nope, not there. Down here. Let's do this. We're gonna say expanded size. Is that not? Oh, you're not. Helps if I do that right. We're going to replace all of that. There's only 2, I guess. Okay. Thought there was going to be more of them. Take that out. It's no longer needed. You need that adjustment as well. We'll fix up you. I bet you a lot of these. Yeah, okay. Oops. But they should be this should all be replaced with, and there might be 1 or 2 outliers, but in general, this should take care of us. Except for I did that wrong. Because this is a name parameter map file path is that. And then load map test file path gets replaced with just an empty call to load map. There. That fixes all of them. Perfect. Love it. Let's run them all real quick and make sure they pass. And they do. Lovely. You are probably going to exhibit similar things. This is map file data controller, which needs to go away. Map file data controller. Is there anything... We might need some of its functionality still. But... we're going to deprecate it for a hot second here. And there should be... How's the syntax for this? Add deprecated message. Okay. With a capital. This needs to go away. It's only here because we may want to move some code. Map controller. Don't use. Kind of a silly thing, but you know. All right, and then this test, because we're going to get rid of you. This actually probably wants to be. Probably wants to be moved. We're going to leave it for now. We want to rescue some of this test logic, I think, and put it into our app state tests. Or not app state, map controller. Yeah. Well, actually, maybe both, because app state does the loading everybody, but it doesn't do a file data. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it until we're done. It can be left alone. All right, you no longer unmarshal from JSON. You're just a data struct now. Is there anything? Yeah, you have no functions. So this already could go away. Okay, let's do that. And then fix broken tests that will remain. Move one no longer needed test. That can go up. Okay. Let's do... We're done with these for now. We should be done with that. Ooh, yeah, for now it's fine. Let's tackle this. Let's see, what's our order of operations here? This can go after that. Add a close button to the tag edit modal. Is there anything else we need to clean up? Clean up the file data struct. Do the move file name to a map controller. Add the ability to delete a map file to map controller. Because we haven't had that as a thing yet. To do add, delete. And we got to be careful. Well, it shouldn't be loaded. If you're on the map selection screen, no map should be loaded. Ability to the app state. Or to app state. Add delete ability to the map form. Like, we might as well while we're here, right? And that'll run off the map file data, so we want to clean that up first. The to do make tag modifications, set the map as dirty. Also trigger app state dirty, because that's what lets us know our current screen is dirty and we need to prompt to discard changes or not. When we do this, move or add slash move testing for this operation to the map controller tests. Add delete to tests. So we got a chunk of work to do here still before we can really just to kind of tidy things up here, before we can add or really start thinking about the UI for adding and displaying these fellas. We also need to still decide how we determine Well, actually, no, because it's fine. If there's a cardinal direction that is a map boundary, it doesn't matter because it still won't display um, in here. So, like for gym, let's say, or not gym, the gym entrance, we don't want an eastern arrow here because it's not an east move. It's a portal or a transition boundary, whatever. We need to make a thing and probably put it in here to display that information, maybe on the bottom. That way we don't muck with our scaling too badly. Okay, so that's the game plan. So let's go ahead and start. Um, bum, 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 bum. What's going on here? Why is this frozen? Hang on, 1 second. There. Okay. Wake up. Perfect. All right. I'm going to open a window because it's starting to get hot and stuffy in here, and it's going to be a warm day. So I'll be right back. Um, and then we'll start tackling the name stuff. We got to figure out. This is a mess right now. It's a disaster. We got to clean it up. All right. Be right back. There we go. That should help. Just also realized, hang on, one more second. Blech. Realized I'd forgotten to turn on my lights. It's pretty bright out today, so not a huge difference with them on, but just in case, keep things tidy here. Okay, so file data. U. And then map controller. You have a full path, a map name, and a file name. You have a map file path. Why aren't these guys up here? I do not know. Let's put everything where it belongs. That's better. Spend the size and map size. Okay, that's fine. Those are late, so they can live down there. So I require a file path. That puts the full path in here. But now the map name, file path. What does map path end up being used for? This is the full path. Let's put you up here. It's only when we load that we end up setting these, right? Size X is the map size. Okay. Tile at, yeah, that's fine. Load map, file contents, map data. We read the whole path. So we don't end up setting the file, or the map path rather. We have a map file path. We'll do a map directory and a file name. And we'll do that after we load here. And inflate map. What is list of strings? Oh, right, because the errors. That's what you are. Okay. So here we should map directory can be set to base name after the last separator. No, this is the if we're here and we've loaded successfully, this is the map file name. If we are here, the file loaded, so it must be a file path, not a directory path. Base name will be the file name. Okay. And then we have map directory dir name before the last separator. Yes. That should explain everything we need to know. Hello, I'm a newbie. What language should I choose for my journey? Depends on what you want to do. Do you want to do web? Do you want to do games? Do you want to do backend? All depends. Do you want to build things? Do you want to get a job? What's the plan? Okay, so that's your file name. There's a directory. Web and also games. So for web stuff, you're going to need to learn some JavaScript. That's just the way of the world. Or you can do Dart Flutter, right? Depends on what you want to do. What do you want to build? Games are going to often be C#. Or that's not really true. It depends on the engine, right? So you got to evaluate what kind of game you want to make and pick an engine based on that, which will dictate your language. So if you're using Unity, you're going to need to learn some C#. If you want to use Godot, then you're going to have to learn GDScript or C#. Languages don't really matter that much. It's just like, where do you want to start, right? To get you doing projects as quick as you can. Once you learn a language, or once you learn to think like a programmer, learning languages is easy. Okay, so we got our file name in our directory. Map name should be parsed out. Wait, hang on. We decode contents. We never get a name out of here. This map name is map data name. Is there anything else? File path, directory, file name. And then we don't need map path anymore. We're going to use map file or map directory. And map name stays. As a software dev myself, like, is there even a point to, like, yeah, I don't talk about AI anymore. I'm done talking about AI. I'm sick of AI. It's all anybody wants to talk about. New map path is file path. This needs to be map file path. Is that oh, we have to parse this out again. That's gonna be problematic. What was that drink? It's just a monster. Thank you for your advice. I'm now 16. Should I start from now or wait to complete my school? Start now. There's no reason not to. This is Dart. Yep. Yep. Dart/Flutter. Okay, so we got our file path and our size, but we have to parse this out again, so we might as well. We need to do some checks here, I suspect. Just to be safe. Yes, I can do that. And then I have file extension. So if you don't end argument error value, in the invalid, where's my message? Message is built by suffixing the message argument with the name argument provided and the value. Dynamic value, string name, dynamic message. Okay. And then must end, must be end with a file. I guess we could say decent enough. All right, map path now is no longer needed. Directory we can clear. We can clear file path. And file name can also get cleared. That's fine. Get rid of all that on a close. Shouldn't matter really, but we'll just make sure. We need to still, this needs to adjust to this. This can be exist sync. That way I don't have to do that. So it's, except for if we were to do this, it's going to error on creating that new map saying it does not exist. So we need to, instead of doing this, where do you live in Dartland? It's okay. New file, map file path, create. Recursive is gonna stay. We're gonna make you true. And then I don't need new here. I just need to create it. And I need to create sync that. So I don't have to wait for it. And that actually, I don't think I need to make this a future anymore. If I wait for it? Yeah. Okay. pure map file path now. If I spell it correctly, it'll work better. Right is string sync. Okay. I think that takes care of that. Now we need to be sure you get updated, and then you, when we build our list of file datas by going through our controllers, get available map files. This guy, full path, map name, file name. Get rid of full path. I think we can make these final for now. We require the ID. Map name we can default, that's fine. File name. And we also need directory name. And then we can just make what used to be called full path. We return path join. You're not imported. Man, come on now. Go. Path join. Directory name. File name. Like so. Let's see here. Map name, file name. This dot directory name is required now. There we go. What is a mud game engine? It's a game engine that runs a mud game. Okay, so then our full path is back in place, and we just build it on the fly if we need to ask for it for some reason. The file name, map file name. Map name is still there. Directory name, m dot map directory. We've got our name, we've got our size, we've got our ID. Should be good there. Okay, I think everything works again. File name, map name. We might want to add path here. I'm going to leave it for now. Right now we don't really have directory browsing. We don't necessarily need it, but maybe. We can add it later as a feature if we decide we want it. That gets us... That should be done now. I guess we should make sure. Yeah. And if I... Ooh, connections. Oh yeah, because vector, yeah. This one will load. And if I was to change you and save, I should then be able... I gotta go dig up... Got baited with Go, but it's Dart. That's because the editor is in Dart Flutter. The server is in Go. config, not editor config. I want to be in server. So I want to be config maps gym. Should see our change, and it's there. Perfect. Okay. Now we'll apply that. I forgot to hit save. There we go. You should prompt me. There we go. Never mind. No prompt, just refreshed. Cool. Alrighty then. Tell you what. Can you explain the architecture of what? The editor? The game? The server? Probably not, is probably the answer, because there, change that. Because then I would have to stop doing this to go do all that. I can give you general statements for sure. Okie dokie. So, move map file name to the map controller. So, the project you're making. So, the editor, the client, the server, they're all different. They all have different architecture. You need to be committed because we're done with this. That's a really annoying thing, and I need to figure out a fix for it. You, let's see, app state, controller, I think that's good. We're going to commit and say update the map controller and file data model to clarify directory versus path versus file name versus map name. What does the client and server do, and how do they interact? WebSockets is how they interact. The server runs the game. It holds the state of the game. The client displays and sends data to the server. Very, very standard. Like, there's nothing mystical about that. It's a standard client server. You are not yet a thing we need to worry about. Moving names. So, is there a change name thing I can do? Rename method. Yes. Yes is the answer to that. File.rename is what it is. Okay, so I'm going to think here. If we rename, it needs to change in the header. So that needs to be a map state, which is fine. It just needs to call it on the controller to actually do the work. And then, do I want to reload? I don't think I want to reload. The only place you're doing that is up here. In the header, up here. So theoretically, this could still have pending changes. We don't want to kill that or commit that. We only want to do the rename. I think we're still okay though. We probably need to listen or notify still, but I think we're all right. So now that we have these much improved namings, format map name, yes, we put that over here. Do we want to check first or just do it? I think checking is a thing that, if they care, the consumer of this should do. I think here we just do an void. Without extension. Change map name. New name. Actually, we can just do that to ensure that the formatting is correct. And then check my docs here. New path is that file.rename. New path. So I need to have the file. I need to grab the file itself. That is a walrus, which is not a Dart thing. I need to be careful here. I made a map. I don't need to call a map. It's the whole file path is what I need. And actually, I can just do this. I don't need to do that. I can rename sync it. And if this throws an error here, then it should just bubble up. So I should be okay, I think. So new name is that new path is going to be path join map directory and new name. This is just new path. Moving directories we just aren't supporting right now. That's fine. I need to do that, and then I need to say map file path equals new path. And map directory doesn't change. It's just the name. File name equals new name. That should get us where we need to be. Now our state change map details, name and file name. Why did I put you in like this? Name doesn't matter because as long as it gets changed in the struct, and when we apply it... It's because we used to do file data stuff here is why it's combined. But this could hold state. This isn't map name. I'm sorry. This is file name only. That's my confusion. Renaming here, resizing here. That's still a to-do. But I think I just want to break this out. That's what I think. Just because it's gonna make this so much easier. We need to do this because it's theoretically possible if this was closed. No, it shouldn't be possible. Okay, cool. That makes more sense to me. Allow to you as well there. CL. Clixy. Clissy. Clixel. I don't know how to say your name. Could even be numbers. It could be numbers. Close enough. Could be like classy. Is it classy? Is it a really, really, really weird spelling of classy? I usually say clicks. Okay, good. Clicks. I will try to remember clicks. I, as a native English speaker, am equipped to pronounce such exotic names as Bob and John. Okay, so we've got our rename there. We only need to do this because the receiver can be null. You can't be null right now. You better not be. Because we need to notify listeners here. That's why you exist. Oh, actually, you know why we had this combined too? It's because we kind of just submit the form here, so I can't quite do that. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. I need to leave it in here. This map change business, though, is a problem for me. Because if we commit this change, we're going to have problems. Do we have any facilities in here? This is going to be in the map tile. Or map pane, rather. Do we have any error feedback? We have these validators. We can return. But then there's no acceptor or I should finish my thoughts. We could return a string that says it doesn't like match what the format will make you. We don't have any facilities for displaying errors in here. We could either do it in here, because that's why we have a parent context, is so that we can fire a snack bar. For clicking wrong things. We could use that to return errors. We could just silently fix it, which I'm thinking I will do for now, unless we discover a real need. For it. Where it sucks for some reason to just auto format it. I'm still working on my Rust project. For some reason, I have a habit whenever I'm writing Rust of writing all the code I would need later and none of it I need now. That's a trap, right? I mean, that's literally the trap I'm trying to avoid now, where I'm weighing how much I think I want to display a feedback to the user indicating... Oh, I gotta change this. Indicating whether or not I'm going to reformat your file name, right? Trying to dodge those things that I don't need, really. This map file path needs to be map file name. Easy enough to do. Takes care of a to-do. And that will immediately do that. We should still be defaulting to it if you don't have a name that you've given me, so I think we're good there. The saving... I mean, we could still tie it in. So if I don't save the map, notify listeners if we made a change. Map change is true. That should have been the way it worked up until now. When you apply, it works like the other tile data. So I think we're going to keep that behavior. I think that's fine. So if file name is not empty, file name can't be empty. but we'll make sure to check it anyway. Same with name, because we validate you. We don't validate name. We allow you to make name empty. In which case it defaults. That's okay. But if we're allowing that, then we should allow it, right? We should allow you to clear that name if you want to. Or we should check it here and give you feedback. I don't want... Do I want unnamed maps? I don't want unnamed maps. It just doesn't make sense. So let's go ahead and do that. If value null or is empty, return map name may not be empty. Part of the issue is that the code I'm writing is going to be deployed in two different places, a desktop app and a web server. And since I don't have either of those, I kind of can't do anything. Sure you can. Do a Docker container. Guess the answer to that is write the web server, but I don't feel like it. Like I do servers locally all the time. Like you can totally do that. You can do a Docker container if you need to. Like you don't even usually need to. Well, I don't know about Rust, right? Like I run a server all the time. CD server go run main go. I think I've updated and not built since then. There we go. Oh, my database isn't running, but this is a web server right now. We need to do this. Let's see if we can catch it in time. Oh, I'm not going to catch it in time. I did. Yeah, awesome. No, I just mean I'm effectively writing a library and the things that implement said library don't exist yet. Oh, well, that's a problem. You're going to have to build them. All right, let's close you. You needs to also return null if that's not the case. There we go. So there we go. We're not allowing that. If the name has changed, then map change true, change made true. We've set the name. Cool. This file name, map file name, not path right yet. Map file. This needs to be selected map controller. Change map file name to file name. And we're not going to do any errors just yet. No data has been written. That's true. No, that's not true. It is true. Ooh, then I would have to... Okay, so that breaks the pattern. That's why. We're not going to call this here. We're going to change it here. And we're going to account for it in save. That's what we're going to do. Map can't be null. File path can't be null. We make sure you exist, or we create you. But we also we do all this as well. We make sure you exist. If map file name is not equal to map file path base name, right? Yes. If this is not equal, if we have renamed the map, then we can call change map file name, map file name. Before we write. And then this will update our path. And let's also make sure we set that just to be sure. That should account for both. Before we write, okay. So, change made is true. Map changed should also be true here. This might be a weird question. What do you think of the continue keyword? Like, as in, should you use it? Sure, why not? Change made true, map changed value, backing file but no data has been written. That is no longer true. We want to do here, though, is throw ourselves a note. Like, all of the control stuff for loops and whatnot, like, I use them all when appropriate. I do consider whether or not, if my loop requires those sort of control statements, whether or not I'm doing the simplest loop I can, right? Like, should it be a continue, or should it be a return, right? Or, like, is there a nicer way to express that? Continue isn't terrible, though. Like, I don't think any of the control stuff is terrible, really. It's just a matter of trying to ensure that you're doing things in the simplest and easiest to read later way possible. And you're not always going to get it right. You're going to come back to things later and be like, geez, I have no idea how to read what I wrote 3 months ago, and it's crap now. But, like, it's part of the thing, you know? I found a Tom Scott video. I don't actually know who that is, but from like 5 years ago, saying the continue keyword was controversial. I've yet to find anyone that thinks it's always bad. Yeah, like there's even the meme from what's his face Dijkstra was like goto considered harmful, but like I've seen gotos in production code, gotos in the Linux kernel, as far as I'm aware. Like it as with all things, like it can make it harder to read and reason about. But also you need it sometimes, right? Okay. This does not immediately change the file name, change the backing data, and allow map save to decide if it should move or not. Or should rename or not. We'll still notify listeners, though. Okay, so I should then be able to, in here, and I'm going to reload just to be sure that I get everything all nice and shiny and new. If I opened you, and I was to be in here, and I called that foo. Unsaved changes fires correctly. If I go in here, has not changed. Cool. Oh wait, that was the name. That wasn't the file path. I'm a fool. Let's put that back. In fact, let's reset the map. This is what we need to double check on. Okay. Not changed. Perfect. Still in there. Cool. Cancel doesn't clear it. Cool. If I hit save, then we get gym entrance food. Okay, perfect. Let's take that out. If I was to do this, it doesn't fix that. It doesn't apply. Did I forget to apply it? I did. It should get applied when I save, but I want to apply that sooner. And then it's got its underscore. The other thing I should do. Holy crap. I don't even hear a thunderstorm aside from that random thunder. Right? That was close. Like it's not even raining or that cloudy. I should go check here in just a second to make sure I'm not about to get dumped on, because I gotta close Windows if I am. What DE are we running on? KDE Plasma. I went back to my archways when I fixed my desktop. And I thought about using Cosmic again, but like it's just too rough. There's too many rough edges. But yeah, I'll be right back. I need to go look. Here we go. Okay, I can't tell if it's coming this way or not, but I closed some of the windows. We'll just kind of play it by ear. It may or may not miss me. We'll see. If I have to close the other windows, I will. Okay, so this map controller, not that, but format file name should be file name, and also this needs to be not there, but here, format map name. We're just gonna silently format them for you. The map controller should be, for the file name at least, doing that. I should also check here, ensure our name was formatted, not changed, or is formatted, or has been. Let's say. Format map name, and ensure our file name has been formatted. File name. I forgot to do that here. That's important. Okay. So we can double check it. We also want to check on when we create new maps, just to make sure that our UI displayed stuff has the correct representations. That way it's less of a surprise, right? Like so. We do this. We just blindly do I guess we would need to oop, I did that wrong. This needs to be path, base name, file path. Actually, let's just do that, and then if base name is not equal to format file name base name, then we need to map file, or no, file path equals path join path, not base name, dir name file path base name file path. If the file name doesn't conform to our expectations, we format it. That way we don't get crap data in here. Ensure our map name conforms to expectations. Station. Okay. Meow. All of that in place. So if I was to come in here again and add this and apply, it would correctly do that. It won't display it to me when it does it. It's probably okay. I'm probably overthinking it. Gym entrance. Gym Foo has been saved. Cool. If I was to add this, put this back, save. Gym gets changed back, and we should see a change in here. Foo. Okay, perfect. If I do that, save changes, everything is good and happy. Love it. All right. I think that will take care of our moving the name, renaming. Testing. I guess map controller test. We tested room, no connection. Updating everything. I guess we could just test the helpers, but I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that the correct files get written. Loading from file. We didn't test saving in general. That's a problem, probably. Okay. And probably because testing the loaded data sucks. That's probably why we didn't. Well, I guess we could just reload it and then check the resulting map. Yeah. Let's put it up here just because this is where load lives. Save map to file. Async, I guess. Although, hang on. We might not need all this async on everything if... this is my state. Load map. Is there any async in here anymore? No. Okay. Ooh, that's more thunder. If we take all the asyncs out, what... This needs async. No, it doesn't, because there is create sync here. And the same is true for write is string sync. Oh, those don't return. Are they used? Does it matter? Are they used outside of this setup function? Or can we clean that up now too? S directory. We don't need that. Tester path. We can do this. That's perfectly fine. There we go. That cleans that up a lot. Make it more simple. Okay, so saving map to a file here. Well, here's the thing. We need to test new map if we're going to do that now, don't we? Add new map, which would look like... I gotta go, man. Best of luck. Really, you can see anyone actually coding, not just AI slop. Yeah. Well, I'm here. 4 days a week, 4 hours a day. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. It's actually create new map. So that's all save map stuff. New map. Takes a file path. This does not save. It does save. Okay. Crap. Okay. That's all right. That's fine. Well, I wouldn't even do that. And actually, good point. So this saves to file, gets everything set up. It does not return us anything in here. Where's my new map? Here's my new map. Okay, yeah, so we create a new controller, call new map on it. That's fine. That's okie dokie. And then it loads it and adds the controller that comes out of that. That's fine. I guess we would just need a test file name, right? Can be test create new map JSON, and then we can do test path join test dir path test file name. Then don't have path in here? Madness, I say. Then we can do that as our full path. So and this also needs we're gonna need a file name What? Weird. Map name, file name. We could... Name isn't strictly required here. Ah, that's why. This is right here. New file name. That'll be fine. No, I was wrong. That can stay because it's just gonna set it to whatever is formatted. That's perfectly okay. File name can't be referenced before it's declared. Because I put this in. That's what's wrong. The same is true here. Oh no, because we don't have a map name yet. We will though. So, file name and size are required. This one is optional. Map name. Map name. That. Then here we can say, if you're not empty, then we format you. Otherwise, file name. Actually, no. We can leave it empty. I don't want them to be empty when you save them and when you edit them, but they can default to empty. That's okay. And then the editor will not let you save that, but it has a fallback, so it's fine. We want to encourage you to put a name in there, but it's not the end of the world if it doesn't have it. We can handle it. We're an editor. We're a little loosey-goosey. Okay. That's all fine that way. And actually... to come to think of it, this shouldn't even be formatting here. It takes a file path. Why am I breaking that up? If I could do, because I'm just breaking it apart again. Required string map directory, required string file name. Get rid of that. You can be map name, right? Then I don't have to do this nonsense. I could do file name still, that's fine. File name. Name. Must end with file extension. Or I could just fix it and not worry about this. There. We're gonna do that. This File name. File name. Why don't I just make it way simpler and run it through there? Run it through the formatter and done. File path then can be path join map directory file name done. Bing bang boom. Map name format here. If map name is empty, or is not empty rather, or yeah, format if it's not empty, otherwise leave it empty. That's fine. I think we're good. That cleans things up a lot. I like that. Happy with that. Okay, so we have a test path, but we don't even need that. We can do this. Just a test file name, because we have our test directory. Size, we need that. You can be a 10 by 10. Just because that makes life easy. Okay, so map controller. I need to create except for you take a file path. This is a static. Oh no, because then so does it make sense to make this required? Also, that's Go, not Dart. If I handle that gracefully in here, and in load map, I could throw an error here. That's reload. Load map. If this is empty, don't want to do this. There's no value error. Could just throw a regular error. That doesn't let me give a reason though. Exception, here we go. map file path is empty, unable to load map. Let's just do that. Then we can make this so that it's not required. In the constructor. Map controller. That. Now you're optional. App state. That's a void still. File name. This doesn't need this. This doesn't need that. It'll be empty. And we're going to call new map with that controller. What are you? You're missing map directory. I should have in here a map directory, right? Mapter. Map directory. File name is file name, like so. Okay. And the map name is map name, which is optional, defaults to empty. There. Then I don't need you in here. I can create a new map controller, and then new map. This test directory path, file name, test file name, map size, test map size. Okay. This should get everything set up. It passes it through, notifies listeners. And because this is the controller test, I can just call directly everything there. This really only exists because we want to notify listeners and add it to our list. So that's all that needs to do. This will inflate the map as well. So I shouldn't need to call load here. Should take care of it for me. So, what are you mad about? Oh yeah, because file name, new map. This should be that. And that should be that. To help you know that you should give it a name. Or I can just do that. It's even better. Probably. Okay. So, back to my test here. I do that, you get loaded. So then I should be able to expect that directory, or actually not even directory, file, at path join test dir path test file name exists sync is true. Reason file was not created as expected. And then I gotta import path again because I took it out earlier and it cleaned it up. Like so. Then we also need to expect that test controller map size should be the same as we implemented equality for sizes, right? It'd be in coordinates. Where? Because I'm looking at tests, that's why. Utils? No, string utils. Where are you? You gotta be in here. I'm just overlooking coordinates. There we are. So a coordinate is, or a size is just a coordinate, and a coordinate is an equivalent, or has equality right here. Yes. Okay. So we can do that. That should be the same reason size is incorrect, or new map size is incorrect. We can also expect map test controller dot map name should be equal to format file name. Nope. Oh, I only do file names. Okay. That's actually a good point. Did I just screw that up in here? File name is that. Or yeah, I have format map name. Duh. Map name is not formatted or set. And then you, this actually is test file name. Right? No. That's a UI thing. We expect it to be empty. Also, we expect map file path should be path join tester path test file name. Map path not set correctly. Okay, that should be name, size, file path. Could also map directory should equal tester path reason map directory not set correctly. What else we could check in here? We could actually make sure that expect test controller map can't be nil. Length should be equal to expanded size. Done this wrong. Reason map backing list not the same size as expanded size. And while we're thinking about it, the 0 index should also be this, because we don't support asymmetric sizes currently. Reason map backing a list at index 0 is not the same size as expanded size. Okay, I think that. Check the name, we check the size, check the file path, check the directory. We forgot to check file name. File name should be test file name map file name not set correctly. Okay. And then what is erroring here? Missing semicolon. That's what? Okay, this should all pass. Okay. So I've made a mistake in my rename. In menu map. Because, so file name ends with extension, it does. Why would this? Format the file name, format the map name. New map. Map data. Plate map. Save map. It's got it coming from here. Oop. And it's because you don't exist yet. So you think you're a rename. That's a problem. We could set a flag. We could set an argument that defaults to false. Oh, actually, this is wrong. Then we create you. This should only, changing the name happens if the file name is not path base name map file path. Path.base name of map file path. So field map size is not initialized. Okay, so we've taken care of that now by creating it. Map size has not been initialized. Save map. Map size should be getting initialized in inflate. Size X, size Y. Map data, size X, size Y. That's required here. Save map, map size.x. New map, save map. And we gave you a size. Field map size has not been initialized. But we inflate. Initialize map. Oh. We never actually set map data. That. We inflate you. We don't set. We don't set this. Which we should do here. We still need to give it to you. No, you should be setting this for sure. This would have to come from... Yeah, you set here on a load. But this also ends up calling... Wait, I've initialized map with the size data. It's probably fine. After we inflate, we can do that. If we spell it correctly, it'll work better. Okay, what else do we overlook? Map size has not been initialized, but I did. Ah. That's okay. Never mind. I already did this here, but this needs to be this. I shadowed. Shouldn't be shadowing. It's not good. It causes trubs. Okay. No name parameter with the name map size. Oh, because I just changed you, duh. What if I just call this size? Let's do that. That'll be easier to consume and to work with. Have you ever used a tool like Playwright for testing? I've never used Playwright. I've used pretty elaborate test frameworks before. I've worked on a very large Python test framework. Okay. Files not created as expected. Well, that's a problem. Let's go ahead. Why are my... I ran into this the other day, too. There we go. So this should have a file in here at the root. App state complaining too, because I forgot to do that, which is probably part of my problem. Let's do that first. Okay. So, still not created as expected. All right. There's an equivalent in Rust. I'm challenging myself for this project to write everything in Rust, but I'm low-key scared to try implementing it because I barely use Playwright. I mean, that makes sense. Which is a bit silly considering making a web front end, but how is going to be blazingly fast otherwise? Blazingly fast, I tell you. It's on my list of words or terms that I hate now because it's just been so overused. Like everything is now blazingly fast, even if it's not. Like tests, I don't really consider the performance of tests that much. Like they can be slower, it's fine. You want to be fast in the sense of like human perception fast as possible. For the sake of reducing your feedback loop, right? You want that to be as short as possible. But like on another project I have, it takes a couple minutes for my CI to run. That'll run all the tests that I forgot, if I forgot them, right? Which is not ideal, but like it's just the way it is because it's got to pull everything and set it up, you know? But it's just not the end of the world. Test tile model is there. New map should... This controller new map should have saved map. Why did you not save map? Because I certainly don't see you in there. We can reload from disk just to be sure. Yeah. That looks like an accurate failure to me. Get out of here. Stop. Okay. Let's run that again just so it cleans up after itself. And then save map here. I don't see an exception being thrown. Create sync recursive true on my file path. File path getting set. New map, file path, map directory, file name. Okay. After formatting. Suppose we need to do this and then do this and then run into here. Just doing it for the purpose of being as comfortable as possible with Rust. I mean, yeah, I mean that's fair. I guess my concern would be that, like, you don't want to let that, like, hamstring your project, right? Like, if there's a better tool for testing, then you should use the better tool. Like, you're going to get plenty of familiarity with the other bits and pieces. And if correct me if I'm wrong, Playwright is more of an end-to-end test, is it not? Okay, file name gets formatted here. It's happy with it. App file path. File template test data. Test create new map JSON. App data. All of that. This isn't getting populated. Shit. Forgot to set those. Okay. That's why. So after I do this stuff, and again, I'm going to have shadowing shrubs unless I do that, which is fine. Map directory is directory. I guess I could do this all in one block here. File path. Actually, file name is file name now that we've parsed it and cleaned it up. Directory file name, map name. Directory file name, path, map size. This is gonna need just to be name so that I can do map directory, map file name, map file path, map name is name, and size is size. There we go. Okay, let's give that another shot. Is there anything else I forgot as part of my new map here? Backing list is not the same size as expanded size. Actual 19. Because the expanded size is the size. That should be X, because that's the X-axis. That should be Y. I think it's starting to rain, so I gotta go close my windows. There we go. Okay, test passing. Cool. Love that. I'm gonna commit this really quick, and then I'm gonna take a second and go close those windows, because the rain has come. Editor. That's not something. Something has become. Something is extra. Why is there an extra? Editor underscore JSON. There you are. From our problem. There. So we got app state, map controller, state provider, map pane. Map controller test. Where did map pane get changed? Controller. What? Hang on. Widgets map pane. Must be this one. There we are. Hiding. Map pane was changed. Oh yeah, because we did some checking. That's fine. That's good. Hey man, how's life going? Any luck at the tech shop? I mean, it goes okay. No luck. No, not yet. So this all looks good to me. Add tests for new map helper. Refine the API a little. Fix bugs test found for us. I'm gonna push that up. There we go. And I will be right back. I gotta go close the windows. Do this like so. There we go. Okay. Turn on the dehumidifier too, because it's getting muggy in here because there's a storm rolling in. Okay, so yeah, this is still old. We got a test around the create. Let's make sure that we correctly handle. And this is actually testing save map to file for us, so I'm going to take that out. With name, I guess we can do. We'll throw you in there. Name. Test map name. We give you test map name, and we want to make sure that it got set as part of our create. Okay, that's good. We also want to test that it gets created with the correct name, with a malformed name. So we're going to do this. Test create map with, it should be file name. Malformed file name. And then our test file name here, this should be let's do, instead of that, we'll hard code it. That way we don't run through the same code. Because if we run through the same code, a bug that affects that code will affect the test to make it a false negative, right? Expected file name. This will let us know if the behavior actually changes with malformed file name, just on. And then we can say we expect that it gets created there. This I need to remember to update for that one, and also for this one. That can still be said. It's fine. It doesn't really matter either way for tests that aren't focused on it. And then the file name should be expected file name. Map file name not reformatted or set correctly. What game am I making? A mud game, of course. Okay, so this didn't get created. So we've got a bug there in our new file, our new map. File name gets formatted here in new map. So why? And let's just make sure. Test file name, file name, file name, format file name. Replace all that aren't that with underscores. We trim it of its extension and add the default one. And we could actually just throw in a couple spaces there to be sure. Actually, we don't even need this because formatting takes care of that for us as long as it's working correctly. We'll have to debug. Because I'm a little confused. So file name is currently the broken one. And it gets fixed. File name becomes file name. File path. Map name, map size. This map file path. Directory. File name. That should be fine. We should actually be able to get rid of file path here and just do a getter for it. This should be good. Our expectation is wrong? Did I screw up my test case here? File name should be expected file name. Map path. Oh, that's what I did wrong. I was looking in the wrong place. That. There we go. Perfect. Okay. I also want to make sure I don't forget to do remove the map file path parameter. Replace with a getter. We already store the dir and file name. We can just build it on the fly if needed. Okay. Don't want to forget to do that because it is going to make life easier. We won't need to do this nonsense. Okay. This test, and it shouldn't break any tests either. Is the nice thing. Malformed file name. We should also test a malformed name itself because we do have a formatter for that. Which only replaces extensions right now. So if you were to have a name set, like that, you're like, oh, I'll just name it the thing. Maybe I need an extension. Then we would expect, and we're going to do the same thing here. Not file name, but map name. Should be that. And that should at least clue you in that you don't need it, and you can clean up to make it human readable if you care. File name should be expect. Ooh, wait, that's file name. I need name. Expected map name was not formatted correctly. Okay, that should pass again. Unless I've overlooked something. Yeah, okay, cool. Brilliant. Love it. Now, I should throw myself a note for the future in here. Well, it kind of tests save. Should I save and then load? I probably should. Just to be sure. You can load a different object and make sure. Before I do. Do this. Oop. We'll spell it right. Add tests for map state provider. Yeah, because that's my note. Map controller. What did I change in here? Oh, I took that out. Yeah, okay. That's correct. All is well. Add tests for the... Whenever I move and resize my terminal, it breaks. I need to fix that. Add tests for malformed file names and map names. That can get pushed up. No problemos there. All right. Now, let's go ahead and knock out this to do before we do the other test, just in case it has bearing on that. We're going to take map file path out of here. Oh, but if I do that, then I would have to... Maybe that's okay. Maybe if I give you a directory and a name as this. Because the only place that's really used right now, other than tests, is in app state now, right? And in new map, which it gives it nothing. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. Map directory, map file name. These both are optional, so we just have to tell them that they're defaulted to empty strings. That's okay. Okay, now all this is broken, but in a second here, string get map file path, return path join map directory, map file name. Boom. We don't have to keep maintaining this thing. That goes away. File name gets set. And then when we get you again, you'll be fine. That goes away. This goes away. Okay? So this will break this guy. Map file name. So here we've given ourselves file, map file data. Oh, ooh. That's okay. Base name. And actually, we don't even need that. We have mapter. Oh, that's a... We have map directory. And I don't have a name, but base name will pull that out for me. This is file name. The other one is map directory. Like so. That should be okay. We'll have to fix up you, but this is just a syntax. Test file path. Doesn't need to be that. This can be test file name. Quite happy to have that. So we do that. We create the directory. This we need to join really quick. That's okay. When we create the test data. And then we need to change this in all of them. Map controller, map file path, this test file name, that needs to get replaced with map controller map directory is our test dir path, and then map file name. Yep. File name is test file name. That's quite happy to exist. Now, all of these should still pass because we just changed that parameter, and they do. Perfect. This will be nicer to work with. Let's go ahead and make sure that I remember that also needs to get changed. We'll add that, and we'll say replace the map file path string with a getter already track directory and file name. Don't need another string. Part of mushing everything together. Okay. Oh, I forgot to delete the second line. That's okay. All right, we need to add saving real quick. To our controller test here. I'm reasonably okay with the idea of using create to do this in the test. It's just a lot of extra work we'd have to do manually or pull out a helper for. We could just use the thing we already made. We test it separately, so if it fails, we'll have those failures to look at. Test save map. Save map. I would have to do. Well, so here's the thing. Map is really hard to interact with manually. You'd have to give him a tile. We know that it writes to a file with the current state. I may regret this. I'm going to omit this test. We test creating it. Creating it should be equivalent to writing the current state to file. Calling save on a map's current state and it just writes it to file. I don't love it, but I'm going to leave it. That's where we're at. Renaming or moving the file name. We do need to test though. So let's actually put you back. Rename file. Test rename map before. Or change. Let's do change file name. Test change file name before, new file name, test change file after JSON. So we create you, and then we're gonna say change map file name to new file name, right? This should now be false. Old file name still present. We don't need all this. We already tested this. We just want to make sure. File, path, join, test dir path still. Oh, what did I call you? New file name. This exists sync. True. If not, new file name is not present. Like so. Okay. We should be ready to rock and roll here. Change file name passed. Cool. Love it. Let's also make sure, because in our oh, this is my state provider. I want that. Where the hell did I call you? Just had it. Change map file name. There you are. We format you as part of this, so we should probably throw in 1 just to be sure that behavior doesn't change. We do it on the new as well, but malformed new name. So new file name should be malformed name before malformed name after. This is going to be our expected new name. New file name. Test change file malformed name after. Throw some spaces in there. Just leave off the JSON. Make it all a mess. Hey, Sad, how's it going? Was the tags fixed? What do you mean by fixed? We've done a lot of work on tags. We're cleaning up some other stuff that we need to make other things possible in the future. Expected new name. We need to say the old name should be gone. This should be expected new name. New reformatted file name is not present, and everything should pass here. The one on YouTube Shorts. Oh yeah. Actually, still have this running. So now when we go in, and if we have a new tag and we have its name that gets ridiculously long, type faster than it'll auto repeat, it'll scroll this guy instead of pushing it off the edge of the world like a lunatic. I just had my widgets in crazy places and I needed to go clean them up. Okay. Those are good, and we're passing, so let's commit that change. How you been anyway, Sad? Haven't seen you a ton lately. Fire? Well, I mean, it was fire before. The bad kind. Add tests for rename file. Rename map file. That up there, and I think I forgot to delete my to-do. Not sure why my GitHub got shadow banned. I've seen a lot of people get shadow banned as well. What? Shadow banned? What do you mean shadow banned? That's done. Deleting we need to add as well. We could do now, I suppose. Yeah. Let's just do it. I want you all to be collapsed really quick. Not even you. I'm in the wrong file. Okay. Size X, yeah, that's fine. Busy working on some reverse engineering projects is all. Like what is the symptom of a shadow ban? I've never heard of a GitHub shadow ban. How you been? I want to join some lives, but sadly I messed up my sleep schedule. I know the feeling. I've been alright. Just making progress, slowly but surely. Okay, so close map, reload map, save map, inflate map. Let's put you right here with these guys. Shadowban is basically every project you had, every contribution becomes invisible to the public. What's your GitHub username? Let's see. Let's see. Not what I want. Real set MC. There we go. Huh. Okay. Let's go see. Let's pull this out. That's not what I want. I want to do this. Oh yeah, maybe so. Interesting, because I don't see you. Let's see, there was another place you showed up. Yeah, I don't think you've been shadow banned. Like, can you still log in and stuff? I've never heard of a GitHub shadow ban. That is insane to me. Found a commit. Somebody merged something you did. Huh. You still log in? Huh. I have no idea. Did they email you? Does it show it out? No, yeah. So I found a commit that shows your name, your username. Go back. So I see this merge pull request 25 from this guy here, which should be you, right? But I can't go to that PR in a private tab because I was looking to see if you would show up for just a rando, right? But I also don't see. I don't see you. I thought you followed me on GitHub, and I don't see you there anymore either. So maybe you're right. So I think you used to show up. Pretty sure. And I see 10 followers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people in the list. Yeah. Give no email, no warning, and no reason that shadowbang. Huh, cool. Super fun. Searched about a lot of people had the same thing. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. That's the first time. Craziness. Crazy town. Alright. That's all been fixed. Delete. That's what I was working on. So, delete map. And I guess we'd probably start with close map. To clear all that. Ooh, except for that's going to do that. No, we don't want to do that. We probably just want to do then file, map file path, delete sync, and then close map. So let's throw a test around this real quick. That could go here. It's fine. Delete map file. I won't need that. Delete map before. I won't need that. I create the new map. And then delete map. And then I expect this to be false. Like so. We need to be careful. Because the file path ooh, actually, that might have thrown off a couple things. When we save this, because this gets built. Ooh. Crap. You gonna watch tomorrow UFC fight? No, I don't watch any sports, really. We can't rely on this now. To know if we renamed. Well, then how did our no, we didn't change as part of rename. That's why. What is the Dart language for like front end? It's general purpose, right? It's just a programming language. So in this case, I'm working with the data structures that back everything. The front end code is the widget stuff, right? So like the map editor. So we need to, in our controller, I guess we could just have a little bool. We can default it to false. Right. And then when we change the name, file name is new name, rename pending is true. And then in save, which is the only place we change that state again, right? If rename pending, then we change map file name. Oh, never mind. No. Hang on. Map file name. Because this calls that. Shit. I have to change this logic around. But I definitely don't want to bring back that extra string to maintain. For sure, do not. Ooh. That sucks. A little bit. And I don't want to commit that change until... Okay. We need to do some stuff here. File name. You need to be internal. You need to be private. Let's refactor. Yes, I know. You won't let me, you dog. Okay. This needs to be internal file name. And we need to throw in a getter. And it can live with... Get getters in two places. I don't want that. Let's move this. You can live up here. Oops. With your other getter. Internal file name here. String get map file name turn internal file name. Easy enough, right? Okay. That can be internal file name. Oh, private name. Ugh. Put that back. File name. Throw this here. That. That should be that for sure, yeah. Okay, so we do that. Do I even want this? Do I want to expose this to the public API is the question. What did I... Internal file. File lotus must not be a... Yeah, internal file name is that. In our load. Internal file name is that. But because file name is that, it's a getter. But it only gets set on construction, but then there's no way to set. Okay, yeah. And then I don't, crap, I don't have any way to roll back to the original name or to know it's changed still. So that's just complexity. It doesn't really need to be there. I would have to guard. I have to guard this here. Which is okay. Okay, so let's throw our bool back in here. Right, that's okay. This rename can do that. This needs to be private as well, just to be tidy about it. And then on our rename here, we do that, right? And then in our saving, which is the only place we were actually changing it, internal file name is going to be that. This can be switched to, if rename pending, we change the name, rename pending is false, and then we write the new data. But we also need to do the work, and I just nuked my clipboard. But change map file name. Why not? Yeah, rename sync. Here we go. This. Because I changed my name, I don't even need to do that new path stuff. I just need to do map file path. We rename there. Okay. Then I want to fix this parameter name, I think. Map file name in my map controller. Constructor can be returned to that. Map file name. Oop. Map file name. That'll be fine. That'll put everything back to working order. That was working. Now you here can't change this anymore. We just need to call change map file name. File name. This is a better API anyway. Better. Okay. So now we fix that up. We should ensure. So we got our delete, and that'll run off the internal file name. So everything should still be fine. Or wait, no, hang on. So for delete, we should do this. And this is all internal, so that's fine. And this should be private as well. We don't want anybody messing with this stuff. I'll be careful here. New name is this. Old name is internal file name here. If old name was null. Only set this. If we don't have a rename pending, or yeah, pending already. If it's already set, we have multiple renames, and we need to know the true original name. Okay, you're going to say no. I don't want a conditional assignment. I want it to be more readable. So ignore that. Okay, and then here, this, if old name is not null, we do that and set it to null. That should take care of our potential problems. then this will automatically handle our formatting, right? No. That. Okay. File name is an empty. File name is not equal to what our current file name is. Change it. App change true. Change made is true. Okay. All of this should still pass except for delete. Delete should actually pass too. In delete. Okay, we got to fix this. Something has gone wrong here. Before I do that, I want to make sure delete map if old name isn't null, we'd have to join. No, if old name is not null, then internal file name equals old name. If you're deleting you don't care. We'll set it and then delete. There we go. Now, what's gone wrong here? Old file name still present. Okay. Did I change map file name is you? Because I never, because I don't save this on change now. Save map needs to be called for both of these guys after. Okay. Old file name still present. Why would that be? It's a good thing we had test coverage. Okay, so let's go check a look at save. Not you. Save map. Old name is not equal to null. Do the change. Because I just screwed this up. That's why. I don't need to change the name. This needs to be the old. Map directory, old name. That. Because rename is the new path. There we go. Okay. Let's go doppel check here. Why did you all expand? I so wish there was a deal here. We need to test delete map file. Rename pending. Not saved. Delete map. Rename pending before. So we need to test controller. Change map file name. Foo. And then delete map. And it should no longer be present. You should still have the ability to delete the old one. Yes. Good. Excellent. The same is actually true for... I'll change file name. Because we saved you. Should be fine. I think we're okay. I think we're good. Let's commit that. Let's also make sure I remove my to-do. Delete and tests done in the map controller. We need to add the rest of the functionality to do this. But that's fine and dandy. Add delete functionality to the map controller. Also add tests for that functionality. That can get pushed up. Okay. And that's going to take us to the 4-hour mark. So I think it's time for me to go have some lunch and work on some other stuff. But thank you for coming to hang out with me. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come on back around tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. I should be here doing more of this. We got the other things need to be able to learn how to delete. So that'll be where we start. But yeah, we'll crack on tomorrow. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again, everybody. Bye.